Hey, my stars. Welcome. I see. Morg is on top of this as always. There. Remember, hydrate or die straight. So we've got Ace Attorney today. We have one last bit of the trial of the investigation sequence and then the trial. Let's do our best to finish. I don't know if we will, but I'm trying. Yeah. We have we'll probably have a lot left of this trial, let's be fair. There's probably a lot of trial. Oof. But hey, you know, let's get into it. You know, follow and such, blah blah. Let's see. Game, there we are. Sadly, we are not playing Silk Song. I gotta change it to this. Oh. He really wants to play Silk Song. I should just play Silk Song. No, we have to finish this. We have to finish this. Alright, so bridge the turnabout. Fairy Ninth, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Alright. Let's find a time to figure out what's up with the cave. Right? That's what we're doing now? I think? Right? Is that what Godot was talking about? Yeah. So for those not caught up, Maya is missing. She's probably in the cave behind those 5 locks, but last we looked, there was only 1 lock. We don't fucking know. There was a murder. We didn't know who, well, the murder victim was a children's author. And it turns out that, she was secretly Maya's mom, who Maya hasn't seen in, like, her entire life. So, yay! She finally met her mom. Boo, she died the next day. Oof. And then Maya went missing. And, Iris might have done it. And Iris looks like Dahlia, who was a murderer in several other cases already this game. But she has a different hair color, so it can't be her, right? Yeah, the trick locks. Now then, Iris, please remove these at once. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me. What? During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. I know that there was only 1 lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo the new locks? Yes. Only I was stronger. Edgeworth, do you think you can, like, rip the locks apart with your hands? Is that... I don't think anything you could do... Oh, well... Okay, no, because there was an earthquake. Edgeworth doesn't like earthquakes. He's got a phobia of them. And I guess it was only 1 lock before the earthquake. So, okay, well, Edgeworth, this isn't your fault. I'm not gonna make some comment about your physical strength, though. I'm sorry for that. Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face. Like you're one to talk with your face all green. Miles Edgeworth, go and get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go and get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. I'm perfectly whipped. Literally. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you could make in your current state. Go and get some rest. That's your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth. Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here. Well, I mean, you know, what are siblings for, but, you know, forcing your sibling to do its best for them while physically abusing them and also taunting them at the same time, you know? He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. See? Taunting at this. Yeah. That said, one must have pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix, right? I'm going to stay here and see if I can't help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Yeah, okay. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the inner temple had been severely shaken by the strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. Oh, okay, so we couldn't confirm. There were probably 5 locks before the earthquake even hit, you know? Let's work on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Crane tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks? I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. I love Phoenix. He's taken the petty route. Like, Francisca, if you're gonna keep calling me by my full name, I'm gonna call you by your full name. Like, perfect, you know? When we were here the first time, there was only 1 lock. But now somehow there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of these locks. The first one. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, open the first one then, you know? Hey, that means we don't have to worry about 4 locks. What? Iris. Try to think, please. Isn't there any way around these? Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. Bolt cutters. That's how you get around it. Someone get Gumshoe to run to a store and get us some bolt cutters. Honestly. Well, like I said, there are hundreds of different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day? Well, yeah. Well, it's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. Gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call on your inner strength now. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be? Phoenix, right? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening at the Inner Temple. And then, you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. One of them is Iris, one of them is Dahlia, maybe? I don't know. Being spotted about the Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple, it's as if you were... Well, Iris? I think it's about time you told us the truth. And, yeah. How many? 3. Okay. I knew it. There's something going on here that we don't know about. Let's present a couple things, I suppose. Can you take a look at this? Yeah, that's gonna be the... Yeah, lock is more important. Okay, Oop. let's try the amulet. No, alright, I'm guessing... Oh, profiles. Let me real quickly just present some profiles. No, okay. There's a couple specific ones I'm interested in. Can you tell me anything about bikini? No, damn. Alright. I don't think I'm gonna get much information out of this. Well... Nope. Alright. So I guess we're looking back around places. Time to just leave, I guess. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the garden. Alright, Edgeworth, where you at? Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's going to be a tough job. Especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. Mutter. How could I have done that? Wow, I can't believe it's still bothering him. Edgeworth? Ah. Hey, don't you dare run away. He just booked it, didn't he? Okay. What do you want, right? What do I want? You came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Oh, wrong place. Whatever. Go on, laugh away. So, I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just the same prideful Edgeworth. Yeah, man, just like talk to your boyfriend. Come on. You've been out of the country. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. Thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Yeah, tell me about that first case that I read about also. You guys are putting a lot of effort into the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance this is the actual scene of the crime, that's why. I mean, because of the writing in blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, these things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect. Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? Hey, Evelyn! So, I guess you still haven't gotten over your fear of earthquakes? No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. Well, that's good. Hey, Mari! Ah, water. Yeah, let's... I mean... The timeline is still a little sus. I'm not entirely sure that you couldn't have gotten the blood and the talisman over here before the bridge was burned, but since the only piece of evidence we have in relation to the bridge being burnt is Larry's picture of, Larry's picture, that means it means the murder probably did take place over here. Which, I was still figuring, okay, so, like, murder took place, so, well, murder still probably took place over here, but it very easily could have taken place before the bridge caught on fire, I don't know, the timeline is still a little weird. Huh. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school. Give me a second. Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. Yep. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes. I was struck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen, and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot shattered my whole life. Okay, so for those who don't remember, who didn't watch that me play that game, because that was the first game in the trilogy. That was so long ago. Edgeworth's father was a defense attorney, and was nearing the, had just finished a case against Manfred von Karma was the prosecutor of that case. Manfred won the case, but a penalty was placed upon his record because Edgeworth's father caught him in something and got an official penalty placed on his record. And so there was an earthquake. The elevator got caught there, and Von Karma, taking the opportunity, shot through the elevator window, because apparently, a window. Shot through the window, killing Edgeworth's father. Yeah, and then, but there was a bailiff in the elevator also. You saw him there. He's freaking out because the bailiff also did not deal with tight, small spaces very well, and he freaked out and ended up firing his gun out of the elevator, tagging Manfred, and Manfred, not wanting to, have a bullet wound being removed from his shoulder in any official records, just lived with it for like 17 years. And when we were in our final case of, doing stuff of that game, we proved that he was the one who killed Edgeworth's father by running a metal detector against him and his shoulder lighting up and going, I wonder what bullet that is. I wonder whose gun that bullet was fired from, huh? And, that's why Manfred hasn't been in any games since. And then we had Franziska, his daughter, which is also Edgeworth's pseudo-sibling, because after Manfred killed Edgeworth's father, Manfred adopted Edgeworth and then started teaching him how to be a prosecutor when Franziska was, 2 years old. So, she lived her entire life, with Edgeworth as a brother. Yeah. There, we've caught y'all up. Or wait, an ad break started just then. Well, whatever. I caught up some of y'all. Lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now. And that case was finally resolved 2 years ago, right? Think I don't know that? I was there, but... Such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? There was something that bothered me about her from the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I felt like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to the Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file. Yes. Checked over every case file I've ever worked on. All of them? You looked at all of your Bro, you worked a lot of cases. You've worked a lot of cases in the last 6 years. Did you start, Okay, when you say you looked through all of your old case files, did you look through them in any particular order? Did you say, are you being dramatic and be like, I went to look through all of my case files, but I started from the first one, which is where she was. So, you looked at one case file. Or, what? Yeah, well, even once you forged it. Technically, Edgeworth never forged evidence, he just hid evidence, Edgeworth's prosecution style was always only talk about the evidence that supports the narrative he believes in, which is still not legal, but it is different. He didn't outright fabricate any evidence, Yeah. But yes, he definitely looked through all the files of cases where he ignored facts. And I was right. I had seen her face before 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? I'm sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. What do you... What? Why not? It might be a crucial piece of the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store owner. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple. False! She did have something to do with Hazakura Temple. It's where she and her way too older, way too much older than her boyfriend hid love necklaces for each other to always remind themselves of each other or something, or if they wavered, they whatever. I don't. It was a little convoluted, but it was mentioned in the trial, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. She looks exactly the same, but with a different hair color. Is she an unknown sister? Did Dahlia have a fucking twin we never knew about? Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. Because what, like, was Dahlia executed? You're wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Okay, how do I... What piece of evidence connects Iris to Dahlia? Yeah, I don't know. I don't fucking know. Do I need to come back? Is this one of those things where I need to find a piece of evidence that I don't have yet? Yeah, that's probably fair. Okay, well, let's go and find some evidence, I suppose. Oh no, let's go to suspension bridge. Hey! Oh, there's no one here? Okay. I was gonna say, oh, I kind of figured Gumshoe would be lurking here. It's weird that there's no one around all of a sudden. It sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down this path. Maybe we'll find Larry there sulking again. Oh, cool. We didn't have access to the shack down there during the first part of the investigation of this. So you know, yeah. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. All right. Oh, Mr. Nick. Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing. What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing here, Nick? Larry, this is the loser's shack. Where losers get together to lose themselves? Larry, that's a little, self-defeating. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? Got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick. Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're going to gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes the word I say anyway. Listen to me, Pearl. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Larry, I say this in the kindest way possible. Wake the fuck up. Self-reflect and start the HRT, okay? Mystic Maya. Alright, Pearls. Let's see Larry, is there something you want to tell me about this picture? Got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now. With Pearl. Two losers cooking potatoes together forevermore. Okay, Larry? I don't trust you to, like... I don't trust you to survive on your own, let alone with Pearls. What am I gonna do with him? Alright then, what do you think about this picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See? Someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? Is it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No. It wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But, Mr. Larice... Sigh. Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. Okay, so... Maybe she was murdered in your courtyard, and then someone flew across and came back after playing. Honestly, the timeline is, I'm still not sure. Someone crossed the bridge with a wire instead of actually crossing the bridge. That's all we got so far. This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Hey, what's with that look of doubt on your face? Pearls? Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Pearls... Yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Denim's room, reading a book together. But Miss Denim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? Were you, like... Okay, so is Dahlia dead? Because she was executed. And... Hey, Mari. Did Dahlia, like, force a possession onto Pearls? And so she just doesn't know where she was at that time? Because it was Dahlia? And Iris really does have nothing to do with this? Like, how the fuck do you... 1 in a million chance of just, you know, like, being a horrible murderer, and you happen to have an almost exact doppelganger who's, like, living in the same area that you used to do crimes in. Like... Ugh. So what exactly happened that night, Pearls? I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. She doesn't remember. Oof. 5. Interesting. Pearls is shorter than everyone else, so they couldn't do the normal 5-lock pattern because the 5th lock would have been right over her face. So they pushed it up. Okay. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. Oh, Pearls, no. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power. It has disappeared. What? Her powers have disappeared? That can't be. What do you mean your powers have disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. Spirit medium can't channel spirits like a painter can't paint. Yeah, Larry. You wanna... Yeah, we're looking at you. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps. Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. Someone who's not actually dead, right? That was really cruel of you. Wow. So she should try channeling someone who's not dead. Okay, maybe. To break her cycle, let's get the truth out of her. Okay. Okay. Well, real quickly. Yeah, same as before. Alright, let's move around and see if we can find Gumshoe. Because Gumshoe's gonna just give it to us straight, right? Like, that's the inner temple. Yeah. Very nice. Hazakura Temple, main gate. Wonder if Sister Bikini is back at the main hall yet. Haven't seen Gumshoe around for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. Bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Well. Very nice. Hazakura Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How's the sacred cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. Told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the sacred cavern. But who? Who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those trick locks are those of the Crane tradition. We have Iris at the sacred cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk with you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Crane disappeared 17 years ago. I want to know why Misty Faye suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proved she was the Master, she said, "Someone is trying to destroy the Crane tradition's main family line. I'm here to put a stop to them." Someone is trying to destroy the main family line. There's only one heir to the title of Master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. That child becomes the new Master Crane, and her daughter, the main family. All other mediums become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. That's why nothing has changed throughout the history of the clan. Branch families always have, and always will, plot to erase those of the main family line. Is the power of the Master worth this much bloodshed? Also, is it like... Why is the Mystic... Like... Is the power of being the Master really, like... some Mystic gotcha? Like, legally we're the main family now, so we get the power. It's not like a bloodline thing? That doesn't track. Like, I understand politically, wanting to be the main family for political purposes and just, you know, like for the status of it. But that doesn't come with any extra power, right? Like spiritual power. It comes with political power, sure, but it doesn't, you know. You don't suddenly gain the ability to, like, channel to the level that Misty Faye could, right? Like, Pearls has some pretty strong power, though. You know, usually. Alright. You believe in the technique, don't you, Mr. Wright? You know its power is real? Yes, I do. I've seen it many times. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya. In that time, I've seen her channel the spirit of the dead plenty of times. During the Start a Mask case and during Maggie Bird's trial, too. Yep. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help me out when I need her the most. Yeah, your dead mentor should just stay retired. Like, girl, you've been dead for years now. Take a break. Their Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power. Wait a second. What if it's not the hood? Okay, so received before the lights out bell, the night of the crime, protects from evil spirits. What if it's not the material of the hood that protects from evil spirits, but this big amethyst rock? And so, although she doesn't have the same hood, her staff protects her from evil spirits. And that is why it's not on her staff anymore, because it was knocked off so that she could be possessed. You're right. You're right. Are we sure Mia isn't in hell? Like, that does sound like a little bit like hell. Evelyn, we need to confirm that our mentor and Maya's sister isn't in hell. Oh no. I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there behind every important leader. But who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kind of expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? Oh, you're very direct, aren't you? People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. Also, because I think you're probably spending all your money on solid amethyst orbs. But, you know, I guess if it's for a purpose... Yeah, no rest for the wicked. Fair. A mistake? What mistake? It was 17 years ago. Always comes back to the same things. That's when everything came crashing down. And y'all's fortune was squandered in 17 years? Like, are you trying to imply to me that y'all were rich 17 years ago? All because of that incident. Yes, we know, the incident. That incident. She talking about what I think she is? Sure, the records still exist if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. Yep. Always comes back to the same things. We already knew that Misty Faye was related to the DL6 incident. So... In the DL6 incident, which is... the... Edgeworth's father being shot thing, it's the case that had just ended. So there was a case involved with it, and then Edgeworth's father died right after the case verdict was called. So it's kind of lumped in as one incident, but technically, in this case, we're talking about how Misty Faye was called to channel a spirit for investigation purposes. So she channeled a spirit, and the spirit was found to have lied or something, basically. So, like, she did her job, she channeled the spirit lied to the police, though. And so, it kind of really fucked over their entire, family, because it was like, well, we did our job. It's not my fault that the person you wanted to talk to didn't take the under oath thing seriously. At least that's the way it was expressed to us. The DL6 incident, I knew it. Well, technically speaking, it was because of the lie. It was determined that Misty must have been the one lying, because again, they didn't really trust magic. I guess they're just like, we got false information from you, and it was, and again, not her fault. But again, the police didn't actually believe in magic, even though they hired a mystic. That's on them, honestly. The DL6 incident. I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. So you know of it and you didn't know it was me? Okay, fair. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. Well, let's be fair. It's probably not the first time. It's just the first time that it became, like, big headline news. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that as evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery. Technically, you're right. Actually, well, I'm sorry. The ghost might not have even lied, because if Manfred was prosecuting it, he probably did fabricate evidence. Because that is the difference. Edgeworth never fabricated evidence. Manfred did. Manfred fabricated a lot of evidence. So you know what? Misty Faye, yeah, and the spirit probably didn't even lie or anything. Just Manfred manned his way all over that case. Case remained a mystery. In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Crane tradition openly involved in. Openly! Aha! She admits it. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Crane Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared. Vanished while everyone still thought of her as a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since you managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. Crane tradition is starting to recover at last. Yeah, making a comeback. But with the new master wielding the power of the clan, does she mean Maya? Yeah, well, Maya is technically the new master, unless she's also dead. The spiritual power of the Crane channeling technique is in the blood. Maya told me the exact same thing before. We, the women of the Fae clan, have always been spirit mediums. Wait. Are we gonna get really literal on this? It's in the blood? So like, did someone kill Misty so that they could, like, drain some of her blood and it not be, like, suspicious? Did they just, like, drain a bunch of her blood, and so the autopsy would be like, yeah, she died of blood loss. She died of blood loss. Cause loss of blood from stabbing back. But what if she died of blood loss before she was stabbed in the back? This is insane. This is fucking insane. Did someone steal her blood so they could channel spirits? Because, like, this is insane. We're gonna have to... We're putting a pin in that until something comes back around to make me believe this a little more. It's because the power to communicate with spirits flows strongly through us. According to Maya, only the woman in the family can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Omni. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right, and it's always the cause of tragedy. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Yeah, of course she knows about Mia. Of course, she became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life. As a result. Yeah. Do you know what Mystic Mia is rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty. As she grew up, I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and her aunt. Yeah, okay, we're finally gonna talk about the aunt a little bit, right? Maybe? No? Okay. That's right. Misty Faye had an elder sister too. And Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master's seat from her. Mystic Misty's sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Pearl's mother, who is in prison right now. As far as we know. Morgan, there's a name I know well. It was a year ago now at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was also she could make her own daughter the next master. If this ends up being an elaborate plot by Morgan again, like, obviously it's an elaborate plot by Morgan. No one else has the motive to do this. Like, I guess I haven't said that out loud. That's why I'm like, we're finally gonna talk about the aunt. But, like, how? How is this an elaborate plot by Morgan? She was already convicted of murder once a year ago. She is in prison. Presumably. She should be in prison. She was arrested for murder. Then you must have already realized that Iris... Huh? Iris? What about Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? That Iris is... What do you... I'm done. But how? no fucking way is Iris, who looks exactly like Dahlia, a murderer from 2 of our previous cases this game, is also a secret daughter of basically the trilogy's main villain. Yeah, she's what? No fucking way. No fucking way. This is insane. I okay, so I guess Iris's motive is now clear, cause like it was very weird when it was like oh, she looks like Dahlia, but we're making sure that you know that she doesn't have any of like Dahlia's motives. Like oh, she might be Dahlia, but like why would Dahlia even do this murder? Because Dahlia's always had motive. She's a psychopath to a degree, but like she wasn't just killing indiscriminately. But like this case didn't have motives for Dahlia. Now she looks like Dahlia and she has motive. It's insane though. Yeah, is Iris related to Dahlia somehow? Are Iris and Dahlia cousins? Like do you think, okay, so if Iris is Mystic Morgan's daughter, do you think whoever her father is remarried and then had Dahlia like in the same year? Do you think whoever Iris's father is was cheating on Dahlia's mother with Morgan at the same exact time? They're the same age. They look exactly alike. They're the same fucking age. Yeah. Honestly, everyone in this game is just fucking related, you know? Fair. Hydrating. Iris and Pearls are sisters, and nothing had have they even interacted directly? Did they directly interact at all? Do they not know? Does Iris know? Like, okay, Pearls, I'm betting, does not know Iris is her sister or half sister. But does Iris know that Pearls? Yeah, this is some like Parent Trap bullshit going on. I have like Iris and Dahlia, I have no clue what's going on here. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Yeah, okay. Did you just say Iris is Morgan Faye's fucking daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. No, I didn't. Sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. Yes, we both have. Wait, one of. I have. I know her very well. Oh, yes. Pearls. Pearl Faye. Are there more than 2? Don't. That statement. Oh, I thought you'd met one of. Does Morgan Faye have, like, a bunch of secret daughters? Wait, whoa. Is Dahlia... Like, I was thinking that, like, Dahlia had no, like, bloodline relation to the Faye family. But, like, is Dahlia a secret daughter of the Fays? But I always thought she was an only child. Fuck! Iris and Dahlia are fucking twins! Fucking... You Jess, that child, she's Mystic Morgan's? I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, she's in prison for murder. Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. Okay, so what, like... Okay, so this tracks. This does track. Okay. Yeah, that's why the child falls around apples. Okay, so Dahlia and Iris are twins. They have presumably no mystic talent. Pearls has a hell of a lot of mystic talent, though. So, when Dahlia and Iris were born with no mystic talent, Morgan, having ambition for the throne, it's not the throne, but the, you know, the clan leadership, made her children disappear. One of the twins went to live at Hazakura Temple, was just donated, dropped out with Sister Bikini and told, keep it quiet. And the other twin was given to, like, a rich family? And then she had, presumably, one more daughter. There may be a number of other daughters floating around in the world somewhere, but let's just presume that in the 17 years between, no, 16? Shit, Pearls is 9 now. Dahlia and Iris are like 20, 22, 23. So, 20, let's go with 23 and 9. So in the 14 years between their birth, let's presume that she didn't try to have any other children between then. Sure. Pearls definitely has a bunch of other secret children, you know, secret siblings around. But like, yeah, you eat the underperforming child, absolutely, Mark. Under baby challenge IRL. But no, yeah. So finally, she got a daughter that had like massive mystic potential, and so she kept Pearls. But all of the other daughters, let's just for now we're only talking about Iris and Dahlia. There's totally a bunch of others floating around the somewhere. Oh, Jesus. Okay. All right. I see. So I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had $3, not 2. Right. Only 3. Wait, what? The 3? Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. You cannot fucking tell me so matter-of-factly that twins... Oh, didn't you know? It all happened 20 years ago. Fucking... After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized his wife would never become the master, he left her in the village, taking their twin daughters with him. It is a Parent Trap situation. I don't... What's going on? How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. Fuck. No, okay, so I did have it slightly right. The father... But then he left the daughter with the... Okay, so... No, honestly, the getting rid of her... The getting... I don't... Okay, so he took both daughters. And then had another daughter with a new woman. Wait, no, but the other one was older. But I was it Tournament Beginnings? No, the one with the yeah, Tournament Beginnings. Nope, sorry, I don't want to... I'm trying to load. Okay, yeah, I don't care. Let's see. 23, deceased. 19, not yet, not yet imprisoned. So, was she adopted? Was Valerie adopted? If... Okay, so... If Iris and Dahlia are twins, they are both daughter of Morgan and unnamed father. Father left, taking the twins with him, dropped one at the temple, I guess, at some point, or, like, they never talked about it, and then remarried, and... Oh, duh. Valia Hawthorne was a daughter of the new mother from her previous marriage. Okay. Yeah, no, this is convoluted. Because, no, okay, so Valerie... Okay, so unnamed woman, new wife to unnamed jeweler husband, had a daughter, and unnamed jeweler husband had 2 daughters. And it just happens that Valerie was older than Dahlia and Iris, and when her parents married, she took on her new father's last name. Sure, fine. I get that happens. That does happen. She would have been at least, let's see, so if it was 17 years ago, okay, so Valerie is 4 years older than the twins. Valerie is 4 years older than the twins. And the twins are currently 25. And it was 17 years ago that the big incident happened. Let's say the father didn't leave them overnight. Let's say 16 years ago. Valerie would have been 9, 13. 13 at the time. Yeah. Like, I don't know, that's not too old, but that's a little old for me to think that she'd she'd get, change her last name, I guess, maybe. Rich father. I guess you want the rich father's last name, I guess. Still. No one is checking the timeline of these things like I am, right? Yeah, gotta get in that big money wheel. Huh. Okay. I'm still questioning. Okay, so when exactly did Iris start hanging around the temple? Like, was she dropped off here when she was young and grew up here, or like, what? I need to know the timeline for that. Because that... Does Iris know that her twin sister is a convicted multi-murderer? He was a jeweler, in the end he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. Okay, yeah, so the father ran off with the twins and then dumped one of them at... Wait a second, also. This was like, let's say again, 16 years ago. Let's give him a year to figure this out. Iris was 8 at the time. Wait. 9 at the time. Iris was 9 at the time. That's not just, like, dropping a baby off at a church age, and then they never know what who their family was because they were too young to remember. That's solidly like, Father, why are you leaving me? Father, come back, Father? Like, he decided, like, yeah, this is so horrible. That is absolutely, you knew you were unwanted age. This is savage. Why did he leave and take both of the twins if he was just going to drop one of them off at a temple? Like Morgan had to have been involved in that, right? Like that original plot of like Morgan like adopted off her non-mystic children so that she could get a strong mystic in the family to usurp the main branch line. Like, that makes sense. This father, though, that's just toxic manness, you know? Fuck that guy. Like, I'm not saying that Morgan was completely justified. I'm saying that at least makes a story that makes sense from a story perspective. That's got plot, you know? Whereas this is just brutal. Also, it doesn't say when he decided to give up one of his daughters. What if she was older? What if they tried, you know, integrating their family and he was just like, 3 daughters is too many. Let's give one to the temple after they've been trying for a few years. Yeah, Morgan has a reason. It's a fucked up reason, but it would still be a reason. But like, Jesus. That was Iris, you see. It's unbelievable. Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Yeah, her twin is a freaking mess. Murderer. Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? Well, I wonder, do you think Iris' twin sister might be Dahlia? Like, do you think someone would name their twin daughters Iris and Dahlia? No. Like, I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Well, that's a clue, I guess. A jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls had 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. So, like... Okay, so... in the previous game, Morgan's plan was to frame Maya for murder so that Maya would be arrested, and that would pave the way for Morgan's family becoming the main family. It wasn't like it would happen overnight kind of deal, but it was like a long-term plan kind of thing. So does that mean if she wanted Pearls to be the new head of the family, new master of the crane technique, does that mean she also had somewhere in the back of her mind plans to either frame or outright kill Iris? Let's presume Dahlia isn't a concern, because Dahlia is already in prison or something. I don't know. But Iris, like, does that mean that Morgan had plans to get rid of Iris, or was it just one of those, like, no one will remember that I had an older daughter, right? No one will remember that I had a husband who ran away with an older daughter, right? Yeah. Frame Maya, have Pearls take over the heiress position, puppet Pearls, question mark? Like, so technically, it was Frame Maya, and then in 20 years, I think, then Morgan's family becomes the branch, becomes the main family. Because there's a rule that if you are not, if you do not set foot in Crane Village for like 20 years straight, like you go 20 years without being in the village at all, ever, then you lose your status within the family hierarchy. So the plan was to frame Maya so that she was in prison for 20 years plus, and then wait out the few more years from Misty that because Misty was still like 3 years out from her technical like losing of status. So then in 3 years, Maya would have become the master, but because Maya was in prison, it would be like another 17 years before the title moved on to Morgan, and then Morgan would either be still alive in 20 years or and get to be the master for like her last, for a little bit longer, and then Pearls would become the master, or Morgan would be dead already at that point. Let's say she dies a little bit young. It happens, and then Pearls becomes the master. That was her plan. We need to acknowledge that it wasn't even like I'll become master overnight. It was a like, this is a long-term plan, okay? Yeah. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. So, like, even if Iris and Dolly didn't have mystical powers, it was okay for them to be, like, head of the family. Like, I guess she was really only interested in the status. Like, maybe. I don't fucking know. That's why she had pearls. Seems that an incident here... That's why she had pearls. 14 years later. Seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. Hey, who was Pearl's father? Who's Pearl's father then? Because presumably we were led to believe that Morgan only had the one husband, and we have at no point talked about a different, like, because we knew that Morgan's husband had ran off. We knew that. That was part of that. That's why we were, we were talking about, hey, who's Pearl's father? Oh, he ran off. He didn't like being here. Like, are you telling me that she's had two husbands and they both ran off? Like, girl is not good at... Seems the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. It was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. Yeah, you're right, knowing her, fair, but, like, also, like, the fact that we've implied that we kind of implied that she's only had the one husband. Did he come back after, like, 14 years for, like, a one-night stand or something? Or, like, or did she have two husbands and they both ran off in the same manner, and so we just kind of don't really talk about the second one in any different, do you think there's people in the Crane Village who, like, who think it is the same person? Like, do you think they're just like, yeah, Mystic Morgan's husband ran off. What about the first husband? What first husband? Or, like, fair. So I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask more questions to get some more info. Okay, oof, no, back. Gotta present. Gotta go to the presentation screen. Okay, so I have to present some stuff so that I can get some more info, I guess. Our scroll, our precious scroll. What on earth have you done to it? No, it wasn't me, I swear. Who did this, and why would anyone want to cover this thing in gravy? More importantly, does this have anything to do with the case? You could tell me. About this picture. Oh, that old thing? Let's turn those porous types away in the past. But Iris is so hesitant, insistent this time. Iris. Oh yes, Iris loves to be the center of attention, Really? I wonder why the child, who was abandoned at a knowing age by her parents, would want to be the center of attention. This is such a mystery. Really, I find that kind of hard to believe. No, how do you find that hard to believe, Phoenix? Well. That's a demon warning hood. Acolytes are highly susceptible to possession by evil spirits, That's why we always wear these for protection. Iris gave this to me on the night of the murder. But then I went and fell into the river and got this nasty fever. Thought maybe if I were to wear this hood, it'd make my fever go back down. Go down, Hazard. I don't think so. Colds and spirit power have nothing to do with each other. Way to crush a man's hope. Maybe Iris were playing tricks on me. I mean, Iris could never do such a wicked thing. But they proved it in court today, didn't they? That this weapon wasn't the murder weapon. That's what they were saying, yes. The problem is I saw it too. I'm sure that what I saw was this blade stabbed into Mr. Nim's body. Yeah, it wasn't you, right? Oh yes. Those are our snowball tracks, alright. I know them anywhere. But there's only one set, which means the writer went out one. Yeah, we know this already. It's really only... Yeah, okay. Honestly, it's like the end of the world. It's not a good thing, that's for sure. I think people have the gall to call this kind of scribbling by the name of art. Hey, whoa. Just cause you got... Art is art, okay? That's sort of a standard you need for the arts these days. That could be a pop diva. Sure, but what about the contents of the picture? What do you make of that? It's definitely the end of the world. Okay. This crystal sphere. It's not from a demon warding hood, but I would guess it serves a similar purpose. I was right. It's the sphere that does the demon warding. If it's not from a hood, then I guess it really is from Mr. Nim's staff. Look at the blood on it. Oh, poor Mystic Elise. What are you doing with that? Give it back at once. I can't. This is evidence. It really must be one very important item. Okay, well, let's present some profiles. Oop, wrong button. Sad twin sister. That's really all I know about her. That and the fact that she was taken away from her mother by her jeweler father. I don't have any idea where she is or what she's doing now. Well, she's also in prison. Do you think Dahlia and Morgan are in the same prison? Do you think Dahlia met her mom in prison? I mean, she's old enough to have remembered her mom, at least kind of vaguely. So do you think Morgan got like imprisoned a year ago and walked through the cell block and they just had this like look across the cell block at each other like, what the fuck are you doing here? I think about it, I do kind of feel sorry for Mystic Morgan. It wasn't her fault that her sister was a more powerful spirit medium. Mystic Morgan just couldn't compete with her sister. It must have been really tough on her. Even so, that doesn't excuse all the things she did. No, of course not. How could I ever make up for this? Yeah, what are you doing at this whole Sacred-ass meeting? How can I ever make up for this? Make up for what? For allowing harm to come to such an important person. Sister Bikini must feel really responsible for what happened. Mr. Dim was the master after all. Please tell me what's going to happen to poor Iris. She was to be found guilty. I wouldn't accept it, but your testimony, Sister Bikini. Can't help my testimony. I saw what I saw. It's up to a pro lawyer like you to deal with problems like that. Okay, you know what? I don't got any more to... Let's get out of here and start... Okay, Gumshoe's gotta be over here, right? We're gonna have Hazakura Temple Courtyard. So, like, someone's happy that... What tune is that they're humming? I'm sorry, you can't just have a bunch of dots and make me believe that that's someone humming, okay? Gumshoe, what are you... No motive, no crime, no motive, no crime. Sing it with me, no motive, no crime. Gumshoe? Do you need to, like, sing that to yourself to remind you that... I remember when you used to search in the channeling room in Karain. Whoop, I love my job. Gumshoe! Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating is all about. Technically it is. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. good cases, we have good cases we've lost along the way. I have no clue what the melody is supposed to be for this. I would have never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. That's supposed to be reggae? Okay. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Yeah. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? Do you think it's like a... Barb's sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? So how's the investigation going, Detective Gumshoe? I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess I can't hurt. Looks like the murder took place in the Inner Temple Garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. What? You mean... I don't have the details, pal. All I know is, if you don't find Maya down in that sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation we're looking at here? You got me, I don't know. They're not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Yeah. About that letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm busting a gut here trying to find the murder weapon, and all I find is some burnt-out old letter. Be careful. Once night should be there. As soon as you... heat the light. Are out. You must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Okay, so yeah, someone did channel fucking someone's spirit. I don't know. Yeah, it was in the incinerator right outside the Inner Temple. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow in the incinerator when I first saw it. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? Got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I? Do you mind? Sure, go nuts. I don't want it, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and master stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Okay. It's gotta be important if it means spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good look over and some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done littering as a crime, pal. This is serious evidence, Gumshoe. I'm not chucking it. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishishito. That was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yeah, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. Got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's this secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright. The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of metal, right? Any questions so far? No. I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. So what's the perfect tool for the job? Ta-da! A metal detector! Hey, Gumshoe. You know, honestly, go ahead, Gumshoe. That metal detector literally saved us, a couple times in these cases, so, go ahead. You check the entire courtyard top to bottom for metal. Sure. Raise your hand if you didn't see this coming from a mile away. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours now. It gets pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a good try? I don't know. Sure. Come on, pal. It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright, then. I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, it's the department's most advanced gadget, the absolute best. So sensitive you can make it cry. It's so high-tech. You can skydive off it. Okay. Oh, bother. So now I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is around here somewhere, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right, so first, let's turn the detector on. That's the sound of the metal detector's signal bouncing off of something metallic. Next, move the detector around and give this courtyard a good look-see, pal. Don't worry, this baby will let you know when you've hit something metallic. And then push enter, okay. Take a good look, okay. Oh, the statues... Yeah, I know, I just thought I'd check. It's metal... Does gold react to metal detectors? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yeah, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. What kind of life would you be leading if you'd never become a cop? Maybe you should explore that reality. Think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. Think about it a lot. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, as a blue badge. What about not a cop? There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the blue badger. Wait, how is there metal in the... This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of wood. But the detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, that thing's made of wood, alright. I don't bother investigating anything unless it looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job for the... Crack. Did you just break it? Top is coming off. Look what you done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. Ah. Oh my god, there's a sword in there. Oh my god. Misty Faye had a fucking sword staff? Sick. That's a sword inside the staff? Yes, this is... Honestly, good for her. Could it be the murder weapon? Okay, well, I wanted to poke at some more stuff, but alright. Yeah, valid. I'd never have guessed there'd be a sword concealed in the victim's staff. I call this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. This workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. Officially gave up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. The real... Wait, is a cane sword like a sword used like, as a cane? Or is it a cane that's hidden within a sword? Like, Gumshoe, Gumshoe, I need you to tell me what you think a cane sword is. Because a sword cane, we've agreed that this is a sword cane, and you flipped it. You're like, good thing it's not a cane sword. Is that because, Gumshoe, explain. Why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? Hey, Gumshoe. Who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about this until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. Doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? Well, it could have been clean. No. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Luminol! Where do we keep the luminol? Yeah, of course, this thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishido, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to the forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. Why do we not have any of, Emma's luminol left? Or Lana? Emma? Lana. Which one was the one that worked with Emma? Why don't we have any of Emma's luminol left? Come on. We should, even if it's not in our court records, we should carry that around with us to every crime scene. Come on. Gotta be some traces. Yeah. See you later, pal. Every case is gonna be airtight. Every case is gonna be airtight. Hey, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? Pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're gonna get that staff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please, just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh, how so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think? Maya's been Please, Detective. Please, just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're looking kind of fruity in there. Okay, just stop it with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff's a secret trick. Let's keep it between you and me, alright? If it gets out that we knew about it and didn't say anything, we're finished. I understand. It's just a regular run-of-the-mill staff, you got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, Detective. Don't worry, she'll be fine. Gumshoe? You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some real good pasta. Are you asking me out on a date? How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure, thanks. Is my boyfriend Edgeworth allowed to come? Victim staff received, yep. Can't help but wonder, though. What was the least in him doing with a staff like this in the first place? Okay. Who do you think is easier to crack? Iris or Pearls? Let's head to Pearls first, because Iris probably... Oh, well, I was expecting Larry and Pearls to be here. I guess they must have gone to collect firewood. Suppose I'll have to check back later. Okay, well, never mind. We're going to check on Iris first. Yeah, training hall. Alright, oh yeah, it's only 3 locks. We got this. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. Oh, wait, real quickly, actually, I didn't check to see if I could read any... Be careful. Once night falls, should be there. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is... She is our only... She is our... ally? The whole... Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is, burn the... Also make... Tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. Okay, well... Okay. Said you were in your room at Hazakir Temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be the truth? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me to, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else on the night of the murder. It was Bikini who saw it, right? Yeah. Yeah. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini? Her testimony in court today was very clear. That night, I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back leg stacked up violently. So I left Iris to help the acolyte and turned the Hazakir Temple. Sister Bikini did just see you. She spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were at the inner temple the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main temple and the inner temple? Main hall and inner temple. So I would have left at about 9:40 p.m., I think. Sorry, Iris, but lying just doesn't suit you, huh? Now you say you left the main hall at 9:40, but you say it doesn't add up with this. Check that weather data. 9:40, lightning strike. 11 p.m. 10:45, not 9:45. Okay. Okay, well. 9:40. 9:40. Plus 9:40. 9:40. Yeah, okay, so if you left at 9:40, you couldn't have rung the bell at 10 p.m. then, right?
Take that!
You yourself testified to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me, Mr. Wright. We even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. That brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock on the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And the second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazapur Temple. There's only one possible there were 2 of you. Yeah, yeah. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. Can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only one of me. It's impossible. Impossible, I wonder. Well, your trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than one of me? Okay. Well... That's right. Okay. Come on. Come on. Just 'cause... Okay. Sure. Okay, well, I can't just present that. Oldest... Huh. Alright, well, I guess I do need to definitively prove that Dahlia is her twin sister. Oh, duh. Oh, sorry, I have to go to the garden. I have to present Edgeworth, duh. Hey, Edgeworth. Did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. This is Bikini told me, but problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files. I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young, like 8 or 9 years old. That's really young. Totally. I mean, it's young, but like, it's definitely, there are records of you having a twin, you know, young, not secret twin young. Apparently her sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler. Huh. Right, I just might know who this twin sister of hers is. Yeah, it's fucking Dahlia. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne, right? Yes, exactly. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Honestly, how much more do you know about her than what's in the official court record? Well, oh, you're right. Of course, Edgeworth. Duh. You were prosecuting that case, and you are notorious at hiding evidence. So of course you know more than what made it into the court record. Duh. Yes, Evie. Explicitly, he read the case's files for the ones he hid evidence. It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case? You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. And... public record. What? Okay, tell me what's not in the public record, though. Edgeworth, what were you hiding? Come on. I checked one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. Like, 5 years, or 6 years? 6 years after... So, 6 years after your father runs away from your mother, taking you with her, you stage a kidnapping to get money so you can run away from your father. Honestly, this seems so much more valid now. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't unvalid before. Let's be fair. Rich girl gonna rich, but you know, they stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that, she murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne. Stepsister. I think we need to specify that they're a stepsister now, because that also factors in. I gotta say, because the way this father's acting, I could almost bet that Valerie was the favorite child. You know, like. I can't with certainty say that Valerie was the favorite child, but I can say with certainty that if you have twins and you decide to give one of them away to a temple, you've got favorites, okay? You've ranked your children. She murdered him. Yeah, keep her from talking. Her sister, well, her stepsister actually. They weren't blood related. Got it. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh, and this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. Yeah, she certainly tried. Whew. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia Hawthorne is dead. Fuck, she is dead. Okay, so I guess she must have been convicted for murder and given the death sentence. Or she died trying to escape prison. Did she die before Morgan? Did she die... Oh my god. What kind of fucked up plan would that be? If she died after like in the last year she died? After Morgan made it to prison and Morgan convinced Dahlia to, like... To kill herself so that they could, like... do some very elaborate plan that needed Dahlia dead because she's such a powerful evil influence that she could possess someone, like a spirit medium, you know, specifically. What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. What do you mean by Dahlia Hawthorne is dead? Edgeworth? Right. I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during her college years. Yeah. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Yeah. Mia Fey. Oh, shit. Of course she had such a big issue with Mia Fey. Because, again, she has memories of when she was raised by Morgan. Like, her birth name was Dahlia Fey. Like, probably. Yeah. So, like, jeez. Okay. Picture this. You were born... She's also older than... I think she was older than, or the same age? Shit. They're about the same age. Dahlia and Mia were about the same age, but Mia didn't recognize Dahlia. It's not impossible that Dahlia wouldn't have recognized Mia, though. But she definitely recognized the name. That's an extra layer. Okay. You're involved in a bunch of murders. You have killed people. You've conspired to steal $2 million from your father, and you are now in court. And the defense for this case is your fucking cousin you didn't you know, who doesn't know you exist. God, Dahlia must have just been like, fuck. Also very, very spiteful, probably. Time Dahlia. It's like she was possessed by a demon or something. Honestly, you're right. Dahlia's got her own reasons. Like, honestly, Dahlia's got reasons for revenge, and then Morgan's also probably involved in this somehow. Like Morgan's the one who wrote the letter, right? It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Okay, so she was executed last month. Before she was executed, her and Morgan met in prison and made this entire elaborate plan. They're like, well, you're about to die, and you're such a evil person that you could possess, you know, you could go all evil spirit on a spirit medium and possess them, right? Like, the levels of insanity that this case has. Okay. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly connect with this case. She's dead, and once more. And once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. Edgeworth, have you never noticed Mia across the bench from you? Like, have you never noticed that my child sidekick sometimes looks like an adult sidekick? Have you never noticed the disparity from Pearls to Mia? Actually, you might have never witnessed those. There's no way to revive the dead. I wonder. Seems we're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia, Hawthorne's mother. What's their mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fay. A spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Yes, Edgeworth. You know, the known source of magic in this reality? It's too busy staring in Wright's eyes to notice. Oh, you're right about that, actually. Do you know something about it? That's why of all of the defense attorneys or prosecutors, that's why of all the prosecutors in all of these games, Francisca's the only one who's ever called it out, because Francisca's a lesbian and all of the other prosecutors have been gay. Too busy staring into Wright's eyes, whereas Francisca, immediately after Mia pops, like, lesbian, you know, instincts activate. Do you know something about it? Oh, yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Fraudulent? Edgeworth. I was involved in another nightmare 17 years ago. Yeah, we know. I was caught in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. They were stumped, and that's when they called her in. She was a very famous spirit medium and the master of her channeling school. But you know what happened? As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth. Go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DL6 incident case file and you'll know. Edgeworth. Of course, how could I forget? Edgeworth was the victim in that case. Neuron activated, yeah. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday. And then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. Okay, so was my profile updated? Can I present? Okay, cool. Alright. Okay. Profiles. Sister Bikini. Keep going, keep going. now we need the evidence and her testimony. Okay, keep going, keep going. And there were 2 of you. And then now we have the official Dahlia profile, so we can present that. I have a firm grasp of the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? That's right. Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well, 'cause she tried to kill me. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? This second you, who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said it yourself a second ago. My sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? This is the channeling dojo, a training ground of the crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you know about it. Yep. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew. I knew it was my sister. Dahlia was the other half of me who passed away last month. God! How often do you think they saw each other before she was put in prison? Because, they're twins. Twins are hella close, usually. I mean, we do know that Dahlia would go to the temple sometimes. We know that because Terry Falls referenced it in one of his testimonies. But jeez. Just as I suspected, the Iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple on the night of the murder, it was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? And because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I already betrayed her once before, I can't do it again. What do you betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept I may be found guilty, it's the only way. What's she talking about? Did you steal the jewel and get her? I don't know. What you talking about, Iris? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place. It wasn't Dahlia, it was Iris the entire time, huh? Okay. That was the start of it all. It's what started her down that twisted path. No, maybe not. Please, girl, please. Wait, go back one. Who's that? Was that the... No, that was the guy who... That's the person who murdered... That's the person who was murdered that Phoenix was framed for, right? She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. It's all because I betrayed her. Okay, no, so you weren't involved in the kidnapping. What did you do? How did you betray her, Iris? There's no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. Okay. But I got scared, so I ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father? That's all. The father who dropped you at a temple and probably never saw you again? Oh, I wonder why you'd steal $2 million from him. Jesus. But I promised. I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father. Revenge? Yeah, fucking revenge! Oop. What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Her mother? She must be talking about Morgan Fay. Our mother was the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Fay family.
Yeah, but she didn't have power, so, you know. Main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. Well, okay, that does track. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the master of Crane. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. But before long, the credibility of the Crane tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DL6 incident. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. And that's when you came here, to Hazakura Temple. Yes, the woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Yeah, fuck this man. And I haven't seen my father once since then. Having the master's seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family. I've heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm finally beginning to see how the pieces fit together. How did you betray her, though? How is betrayal at all relevant for this? I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. This incident, everything related to it, goes back to the history of the Faye clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister Dahlia Hawthorne poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about him? Well, I did hear one thing. She said she hated his guts. Ooh! Ah! I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There's still much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll open them for you, I promise. Thank you. I suppose we better continue my investigation. Still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's Psych Lock. Alright. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Look at that. They really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, nice. I actually am kind of surprised. Huh. Too late, Nick. Came here for one of our potatoes. We've already polished them all off. I think I've pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding.
Take that!
The night of the crime, after dinner on the night of the murder, you're supposed to be in Lisa Nim's room, reading a book together, correct? Yeah, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried, I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself, I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Mr. Nim's room. Because she was too worried about something or someone else? Pearls? On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? The Inner Temple.
Take that!
You were here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went, because you were so worried, right? Then the next question is, who or what were you so worried about? Now I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean, you know? I'm right. Will you tell me the whole truth? Okay.
Take that!
Actually, yeah, okay. Okay, well, fine. Okay, well, fine. She was worried about Maya. Yeah, okay. I have to present that again? Okay, fine. Wait, oop, there was my app. I'm blind. There. Yeah, they roasted potatoes over a fire, 'cause they were, yeah. I don't ask why. I guess that's what they had. I'm worried about Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah. The training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Sign up for your special course. Well, my. Quite brave of you, considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one of those you channel. Don't blame me if you become one with those you channel. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? Because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what could happen to Mystic Maya made me more and more worried. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls? What's not clear is what happened after that. About what time was it when you headed up over to the Inner Temple? Probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. There was so much snow, so I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Well, after 10? How did you know what time it was? Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the bells out. The Hazakura Temple bell is pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound for that bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell. Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. Now we talk about the letter, right? You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Where did you... In the incinerator at the Inner Temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. Yeah, she got a letter from her mom. Surprise, surprise. That she, decided to follow what her mom, told her to do. Like, yeah, her mom's not a great person, but, like, still her mom. She's only 9. She hasn't quite matured enough to understand that her mom is not the greatest of person. Speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burned. But the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearls? Whose spirit were you supposed to channel? Taking into account the author of the note and their purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearls have been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious. Yep. Oop, it's already there. Go. It's Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Yeah, she is only 9. I'm not saying she's, like, awful for this. I'm saying, understandably, she's a 9-year-old who got a letter from her mom, so she followed it, alright? I'm really not seeing any inconsistency or problem with that. It's not Pearl's fault that her mother is not a good person. And she's 9. She hasn't come to that I cannot trust my mother realization yet. Unfortunately, this case might be it. Do you know what kind of a woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No. I've never heard of anyone by that name before reading those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. Or that Dahlia is a murderer. About the instructions in the letter I found, Pearls. Who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone you'd never heard of. You must have quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question. So here's my next question. Who was Morgan? Age question mark. I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Huh? Because it was your own mother who asked you, that's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote you this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. Alright, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Huh? I'm trying to say I followed these instructions. I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Saying it rather than carrying out these instructions. So there's some, okay. And murder, but you're right, there's no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know that whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? Couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? Sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given, but you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it. Okay, give me a second to read these. He lights up Belle, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Maybe she's our ally, the whole, Picture, use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is blank, burn the blank. Also, gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and gravely roast the master. Throw gravy at the scroll.
Take that!
Pearls. Pearls. Honey. Darling. Darling. You were not supposed to actually throw gravy at the scroll. But honestly, your mother is not going to be upset about this one, I don't think. Yes, it's not part of the instructions, but I think your mother would have told you to do this if she thought, if she thought about it, okay? Let's be fair. It was you who splattered gravy on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. We didn't know how to read the word gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know? Maybe because... Oh, and we're gonna... Instructions unclear. Good as gravy. But we're gonna have to also roll it back a little bit. Because remember, here's a thing that we need to remember is also a detail about these, the Fae bloodline. They weren't educated for shit. Honestly, it's a good job that Pearl read the instructions and understood it to the degree she did, because we have expressed so many times that Pearls is short of illiterate because she has a shit homeschool education apparently. Like, she's taught how to channel spirits and like barely anything else. Like, so yeah, of course she'd misunderstand the instructions her mother gave her, because her mother doesn't understand how illiterate she's raised her kid to be. Yeah, she did really good considering how basically every case we've had an instance of her going, I don't know what this means. Like, her literally sounding out words when she's reading them, like, constantly. Like, what word is this? I don't, she does not have an understanding of the world. So, yeah, okay. With the conversation you had with Mr. Nim on the night of the murder? Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I am not very good at reading. It was involved in this case, because she is Well, I mean, she's 9, so, like, you know, I guess I don't expect her to have, like, a high school reading level, but, like, I don't think she has a 9-year-old's reading level, okay? I am not very good at reading. Well, then, would you like to practice reading with me? Yeah, like, it's the exact opposite of an iPad kid. Like, she didn't know what TV was, so, like, we cannot blame technology. She is absolutely the, like, the same as an iPad kid, but, like, without the technology. Like, she is if this was a real person, she'd be such a case study to prove that iPad kids and, like, in general, all that shit with kids these days is not because of technology, but because of bad parenting. Like, absolutely. Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh my god, she had... I cannot... Basically unschooled her, yeah. But no, I cannot... this is a flashback. We were shown this, and now that I'm being re-shown this, I remember we were shown this exact moment. Pearls asked Misty Faye to read the letter to her, didn't she? She was like, I don't understand this letter. And Misty Faye took one look at it and went, huh, your mom's planning to murder me, isn't she? like, that happened. That had to have happened, right? like, okay, maybe she didn't read the entire letter, but she read the paragraph that was, like, railing against the master of the Crane School. Like, and we will, you know, send her to hell. And her just going, Pearls, is your mother trying to kill me? Yeah, at this point, come on. Sure, Miss Denham taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I could think of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. Couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother asked me to. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Jesus. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy? I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near... Yeah, Pearls, you did your best. Honestly, you did your best. And actually, you know what? I'm realizing something. Maybe Misty did read that letter and knew what it meant. Give it a second. Let's read through this. I saw the picture on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I was sure it was the Master of Crane, like it said in the letter. I see. And then, well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yeah, I thought I could wait there until the training was over. Why didn't you just go to the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training had already started and I couldn't interrupt it. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through it. But then Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearls. Who cares if you fell asleep? I fell asleep waiting for Iris too, it happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple. Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. Thought everyone had left me because I still overslept. I threw the letter into the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and I let off some steam by chucking out the gravy on the scroll while he cried. Oh, that was Phoenix talking. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know it's like, Nick. I used to leave me behind when I know it's like. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. Lost powers, though. Okay, so. Presuming. Honestly, yes, let's get some abstract art. But, okay, so let's presume for a second that. Yeah, Larry does deserve it. Let's presume for a second that she really did just fall asleep without remembering to channel, without channeling Dahlia like she was told to. And we know that Misty did in fact read the letter telling Pearls to channel Dahlia. And then she tried to channel Dahlia and didn't succeed. So do you think possibly Misty channeled Dahlia? Do you think Dahlia technically killed herself? You know, while possessing Misty's body? It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Yeah. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring, so you channeled Dahlia, Hawthorne's spirit. No, I tried, but I couldn't do it, because her spirit was already in Misty. You couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. I tried and I tried and I tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel a spirit. Is that why you think your spirit powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Isn't there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is, anyway? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yeah, Misty lost her protective orb, so, you know. Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. Then that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Pearls could. Yeah. Polyamory, Larry. Oof. Yeah. Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of starting to just channel Larry out. What did Larry say that was... Because, oof. Failure, I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish. Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. I definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I visit her every month. Yeah, I know, Pearls. And last month she told me... The time we've been waiting for has come, Pearl. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. Before they brought you here? This was like... So this was a contingency plan the entire time? I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be great. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully, and I'll teach you where the letter's hidden. Yeah, holy years-long planning, Batman! My mother is always nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms will do anything for their kids, right? Or have their kids do anything for them. It's one of the two. It's always one of the two. She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it has to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, sure. There was a picture with her letter, too. A picture. Of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture is enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time... Pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. Sure is pretty strange. Someone had already opened it. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Yeah. Sure. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her? Huh. Ah, good-o. Finally figured out, have you, Trite? You finally realized how terrible of a crime being painfully obvious is. How terrible of a crime being, yeah. Yeah, that's the opposite of what more... Good-o. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking puzzle workshop. I guess he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time. Well, why do you say that? Because Maya Fey isn't coming back. What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say something like that? It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst circumstances. There's a chance that Maya's the one who channeled Dahlia. There is a chance that that happened. But I think it could... we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out during the trial. And you were the only one who was by their side. You're the only one who could have saved them. But I didn't know anything about what was going on. Huh. What did I just say, Trey? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow, we'll settle everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all. Peace out, Godot. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? He'll be alright, Pearls. I'm sure Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now finally, after all this time, the Master Sea is yours. My last great wish seems like... Technically, Iris gets the seat, I think. Like, okay, so let's say that the Crane rules are updated enough to where, since you're in prison, you get, you know, it actually just skips you. I think technically that means Iris is head of the family, not Pearls. Have you forgotten about Iris? Well, no, because Iris is being framed for this. Jesus, you're cold. You're... It's not just that Dahlia is the one needing to be channeled so that Dahlia would do it, because, well, let's be fair, Dahlia would do it. It's also so that Iris can be... That's actually an explicit part of the plan, isn't it? You motherfucker. No. Honestly, it's a little... Okay, having no powers means it would move on to Pearls. Possibly. They're, not exactly... So yes, it has been expressed that Morgan is older than Misty Fey, and so she should have been the head, but she didn't really have a strong powers, so Misty got the seat instead. But that was also expressed as kind of a anomaly, but it was never like fully elaborated on if the anomaly was the fact that Morgan didn't have strong powers. It was never expressed that she had no powers, just that she didn't have strong powers. So it's not sure if the anomaly is Morgan's power level or that Misty got the leadership over Morgan. Honestly, we're not sure. So I guess if the anomaly was that of the powers and not that Misty got the seat, then you're right. I guess it would go to Pearls, not Iris. But you're right. Iris is also just about disqualified because of the time limit thing. Also, anyway, Iris gets to be master for 1 year while they scramble to to figure out who is the master. Because, like, let's be fair. This family, the family tree is a mess. So you're right. The second the question of who is the master comes into question, there's probably a scramble, like an absolute scramble. Everyone's like, who's the master? We got to figure this out. Going through the genealogy and shit, and it takes them like a year to finally figure out that it's Iris who's supposed to be the master, and so she spends a year technically being the master without knowing she's the master, and then she times out. And then they have to spend another year going, it's Pearl's then, I guess, right? And Pearl's is fine, because she's lived in that village and never really left for more than, a few days at a time. Just in time. Alright, let's save the progress and get into the trial. Jeez, we're not finishing this trial today, are we? This is some convoluted ass planning for Morgan. Yeah, this absolutely is Morgan. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Huh. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya. Yeah, therapy. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. This investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Aya still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? Yeah, she better. No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner... Are you serious? So you're telling me that no one's trying to free Maya right now? You're telling me that... Do we have just Gumshoe there? With like, again, with like a hammer and a piece of wood nailed to his forehead? You know? She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Why is she in the prosecutor's lobby, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. You can't be serious. That's not allowed, right? Wait, the prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisca von Karma, what are you up to? No, it's Godot again. I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yeah, it's Dr. Godot. What? Then who is it? Godot. Well, who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Francisca is engaging in some important work at the Sacred Cow. Oh, so she's trying the locks more. Okay, that's fair. You know, honestly, I trust her to figure out puzzles, you know? Yeah, she's gonna confess because of her perceived betrayal of Dahlia. Like, Jesus, girl, your father dumped you at the temple, and your life has been... it's not your fault that you had a shitty childhood, and things fell apart between you and your twin because of, again, your parents were bastards. Okay. Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. Oh, well. Yeah, honestly. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made the decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you passed your cold on someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. I don't want to... Yeah. Oh, sorry, 1 second. I'll be right back. Give me one moment. Right there. Sorry about that. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Well, we got the piece up and to hydrate. There. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Denim. No, I mean Miss Misty Fay. Elise. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Alright. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor, what are you... Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Jesus! This is like such a mistrial of a case. So, in the first day of trial, it was defended by an ex-prosecutor, Miles Edgeworth, prosecuted by a German prosecutor, Franziska von Karma, and the judge was... He does work here, but he's not, you know... Yeah, by a judge. Who is actually works here. But then, the next day, it is an entirely different defense attorney, prosecutor, and judge. Nick telepathically sent his fever to the judge's younger brother. That is what happened, apparently. Like, canonically, that's what happened in my mind, you know? Cause, wait, remember, Nick said that he held onto the hood hoping that it would heal his fever, and, Bikini was like, it doesn't work like that, but his fever did go away pretty quickly, and then the judge came down with a fever pretty much instantaneously. I think somehow the hood did, in fact, bounce the spirit off to the judge. Nick is the first virus medium. Fair. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. Honestly, though, like, what I'm saying, though, how is this not a mistrial? Because nobody working this case is the same person who was working the case yesterday. There is nobody, you know, possessed by the spirit of sickness past. I see, Your Honor, so they're brothers. That explains a lot. Yeah. No, it doesn't. They're brothers explains a few things, except, the judge is from, like, New Jersey or something, right? Like, the judge and his little brother's Canadian. So, like, again, family structures be interesting and weird. That's just the nature of humanity. But, like, that does raise the question of, how is your brother Canadian? Like, valid explanations, honestly. Valid, you know, there's no unvalid reasoning. I just have to ask, you know? Yeah, it opens more questions than it answers, honestly, Nick. Yeah, and we, the viewer, are the only through line for this case. Well, that and the victim and defendant, I suppose, but you know. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Cup number 1. Yeah, honestly, do you think it was a Parent Trap situation? Do you think the judges, were siblings that were separated at birth, and then they've met each other when they were adults as judges? Like, do you think they somehow came together to end up being both judges here in, let's say, California? It is important to predict what the future has in store for any of us. Went to the same law school. Fair. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. Yeah, okay. And we, of the court, have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. So, is the fact that 2 old white guys ended up being judges in the same... 2 old white guys with pretty much... Like, even though they're brothers, and they might not have known it at the time, is it really damning statement upon American judiciary system if 2 random white men with pretty much entirely different backgrounds both end up being judges for the same region? Or is that like... Is that good? Because again, the different backgrounds is what makes it kind of not horrible, but like, they're still brothers, even if they didn't know, and they're still just old white men, you know? Like, give us diversity in these courts, come on. The legal system in this place is ruled by a family dynasty of judges. They make all the laws here, basically. Yeah, they instantly knew they were brothers, yeah. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. You're right, judges are elected, huh? What kind of city are we in where they elected brothers to be the judges? That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know how it's done in Japan, and since technically this is Japan, but then, like, shave off all the Japanese and replace it with Americanism. Like, in this version of reality, it is America, okay? Canonically, we are in America in this moment. Now, the original that's because it's been localized. So, technically, there's 2 split realities. There's where these events are happening in Japan and where these events are happening in America. And they both happen concurrently in different realities. We just happen to be in the American reality. You're right. Yeah, fair. Honestly, you know, that is how American elections work sometimes. I recognize that last name. Like, not just in a, like, oh, that's the same last name and the other one was so good, let's have another. No, it's probably more along the lines of, like, I'm supposed to be voting for Judge so-and-so because they did such a good job. And then they, like, see it on there twice and they're just like, I guess both of them? Like, you know? Like, you're voting for judges. Okay. You're voting for judges. Do you know the first names for these judges? You just go in knowing what the last name... You've let's say you've done your research, okay? You've done some research, but you're not like an expert on the situation. You just know the last name. You've like, okay, I'll vote for this judge and this judge and this judge, and you know it by last name. And you come and there's 2 with the same last name. You're like, which one's the good one? Which one's the bad one? Honestly, you're right. Brother Judges makes so much sense in anime logic. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? The defendant? Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I am but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Not the time to flirt, Godot. Yeah. Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Denim? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise. Ah! After her spirit left! Dahlia was in Misty's body. Okay. Okay. We still need to know where Maya is and how Maya's place got locked up. You know? And carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it. What? Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Cup number 2. Huh. Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. Just happens to be that in this case it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris' testimony was all a lie. Iris' testimony crumbled up and shoved into a pocket. Fair. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime are you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris is covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Crane tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yeah. Or a kayak for that matter, Nick. Oof, yeah. Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself if need be, to protect her. The daughter of the master of the crane channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Or maybe Maya was the one who was being channeled through. That's still a possibility now, huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Trite. She's named Maya? So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer. I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. That's ridiculous. Maya could never do such a... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime? Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. You didn't? You didn't think Maya would somehow end up under the bus in this case? You didn't think the case that clearly has Morgan behind it would end up with Maya under the bus at some point? Huh? You know what? 1, 2, 3. This might only be the 3rd time. Let's see. Let's hear it from Maya being accused again. I think this is only the third time. Because there was the time when she was kidnapped during the case. But this is only the third time she's been accused of being the murderer. Because the first case was Larry, second case was her, and then she wasn't accused for the rest of that game. But then Emma, Maya's like scientific alternate universe stand-in, was accused in the DLC case for the first game. So we can say like 3.5 if you want to get technical, or if you want to get not technical, if you want to get like spiritually, so you know, like whatever. And then she was accused one time in the second game entirely. I want to say it was only the one time, right, when she was accused of, you know, the murder with Morgan, the whole Morgan plot. I can't remember her being accused of any of those other ones, and this is the first time she's been accused in this case, in this game also, right? Yeah. Went to the inner temple that night. I saw it all happen in the garden. Saw Mystic. Though we do need to have a serious discussion with her about how she has been accused of murder every single game so far. I think there's something wrong with that, you know? And it's not entirely her fault. Not really, but I think she does need to, maybe start recording, you know, things or something, maybe. Like, again, not her fault. I'm not saying that she has to, because if she doesn't, it's sus or anything. I'm saying at this point, maybe she should start, like, having a camera with her so she can record, you know, she needs evidence to support that she's not a murderer. And again, that's not her fault, but like at a certain point, maybe she should start taking precautions for things that clearly are relevant to the way her life is going, you know? Honestly, yeah, Plan J. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So it was in self-defense. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one you attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris never admitted it. Or Iris even. Now then, Miss Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. The real murderer. Why? You're saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean, Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard in the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock. It's perfectly understandable, my dear. This doesn't sound right. I don't believe this. Test me for a minute. What happened after that? Let's see. Do I have, Okay. So you're saying Maya Fey was the one who stabbed Miss Lisa Deneau? Sister Ice, is that really what you're saying?
Objection.
Yes. Tisk, 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 strike. 3. Yeah, turning into a game of who done it. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions. Yeah, clue. Yeah. If the mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down like this. Oof, you just choked that. I know it's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trey. It's called evidence. Now hurry up before the next cup gets cold. I accuse Maya at the inner temple with the sword cane. What does that mean? Go waiting for me to clean out the How would it be inadmissible as evidence? How would the spirit channeling be inadmissible? It was a central piece of another case a year ago that we very much did, in fact, have as admissible evidence. First, you need to pick your testimony apart. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you. What she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. Private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. No, it's only 3. He chugged it, but he must not have chugged it all the way down, you know? Or he's holding an empty cup, you know? He's like getting the last little bit drops out of it, or he's, you know, yeah. I don't know. I'm saying we're still on 3. That would be properly described as hearsay. What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell him the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? No. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder. There. Well, I understand how difficult it is for you. Now then, let's continue with the testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden? Well, Your Honor. Yeah. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike? Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? Annalise and him tried to stab her with this weapon? There it is. To kill Miss Faye? Yes, exactly. Huh. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce? How did you mistakenly take a swig of Worcestershire sauce? Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? Do you have a problem with Iris' testimony? Yeah. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony. You do? But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. That makes, yeah. Yes, sir. Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. You can't. Oh, okay. Well, that's how we can get away with one family ruling the judiciary department for this district, because they don't have power. She threw her staff away. Miss Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon. It's true, it's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff. Sister Ice, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw. Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright? Yeah, it's alright. Still, he's attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger, I'm sure of this. Okay, let's present the sword, cane sword.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Ah! If Elise Nim really had wanted to kill Miss Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
Objection!
4. Now we're on 4. That was an impressive bit of investigating, trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Well, anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Ah! Which piece of evidence? Which one proves it's the mother? Real name is, I guess, the profile? Sure. I guess? Sure. Do I present the profile or the amulet? Let's go with the profile, and then when it says we go with the amulet. Elise Nim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name is not Elise Nim. Her real name is Misty Fey. Fey? No. Not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Yeah, Judge. Honestly, we've been there. Yeah. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Nim actually the great Mystic Misty? Yeah. There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own daughter when she hadn't seen in 17 years? Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. 5. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible, except for one little thing. Yes? What is this one little thing? Huh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under-roasted? But you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Jesus, Godot. Gonna ruin your health, my friend. Judge, you don't know the half of it. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this. That's the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. Hydrate, good. Yeah. Your blood test came back. We've determined your blood type is caffeine. Obvious, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Yeah.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th... Godot! You just said 8th. You just said 8th cup of coffee. Did you, like... Did you down cups 9 to 12 in, like, the beginning part of her confession? Are you telling me that in the span of her confessing, you downed 5 cups of coffee? Just get an IV already. Jeez. Did you say it was your 8th just a few minutes ago? Yeah. I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Godot! Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Alright, well, okay, cool. Now then, the testimony we just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. 6. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Go. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court. About what, Your Honor? About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women. Yes, Your Honor. Objection, Dahlia. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. It was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Well, Maya didn't recognize her. I know that much. Yeah. Posture. There you go, Morg. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination. Are you seriously absolutely certain that that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did you just say? So, in other words, it could have been someone else entirely. Objection. We know that the garden was very well lit. We have evidence that the torches were on that night. We know that Maya Fey was at the Inner Temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Lise Denem. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I don't have anything to counter that yet. Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. swear we have. Let me see the autopsy. I think stabbed. Yeah, stabbed in the back. Yeah. Yeah, let's present it here, I guess.
Objection!
Something about you just. Till now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you... Okay, good. I wasn't entirely sure we were on the right path until just this moment. Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim wouldn't have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Striders? Appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from her testimony. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? 7. Huh, it's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back. You got my drift? What? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
Please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useless staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach? Certainly are some inconsistencies. Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... More water. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. Witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light? I mean, by the way, do you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. Huh. I did wonder what the stone lantern was there for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? Hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. Yeah, says the cyborg with the probably night vision visor. Could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. 8. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. That staff was dropped. It'd be difficult to see. Also explains why they didn't recognize each other. No, Judge, it was most darkening. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No. We know it was lit. We know there was light. Here, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it. Yeah. Uh-huh. What? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet? Oof. I'm not sure. Yeah, you're right. Was the entire lantern brought into the courtroom? Good question. Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. Huh. Is there any way that it says something right side up that just coincidentally is also Maya upside down? Is it like...
a row. Yeah, I don't know. Yam. Oh, what the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Least didn't fall down right away. Wait, did Godot not know that was written there? Like, Godot seems kind of like, about it, you know? She's been writing down on the stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. Certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? Talk about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is clean as...
Godot's visor is red. He sees everything with a tint of red, doesn't he? He can't see it because everything... No, it's red. Everything he sees is through red glasses. He sees everything through red glasses. He can't see the blood on the white because it just... God damn it, Godot. Are you serious? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Yeah, I know his eyesight sucks, but like, does he also see it with a red tint? That's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? That means Godot won't know when he's seeing Iris or seeing Dahlia, because they'll look the exact same to him. Like, he physically can't see that one of them has red hair and that one of them only has brown hair that's been tinted red by his visor. Okay. Mr. Godot, I don't know how that's gonna be relevant yet, but it will be. Okay then, let's move on. Okay, fair. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. It might be from caffeine withdrawal, actually. Let's be fair, it's been a few minutes since he had a cup. I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fett. That's just wrong. Now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. Thought it was only so I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... But we know that that's not... I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fae Clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Nim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. Wait, what did he actually say? Because I think I read twist of fate. Damn it. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes. Yeah, and that's why I couldn't go back. Story makes sense, I suppose. Yeah. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let me go and review the timeline of events real quickly. Let's see. The weather snowed from 7 to approximately 10:50, but the bridge was hit at 10:45. Yeah. So it was still snowing when the bridge was struck. We know this. And we know that the snowmobile was taken when it was still snowing, but returned after it was snowing. So, the point we need to pick apart here is that she was able to cross the bridge. I guess? Yeah. Let's see which one. Let's press on one and then figure out. It's pretty amazing you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But there's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? Would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. Though it still casts too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Makes perfect sense to me, for the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should about the snowmobile, about the tracks. About the snowmobile, about the tracks. Huh. That's about the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. The picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. The snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. See. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. There's not blood on the snowmobile because, because there wasn't. Because the stab wound was in the back and she was laid face first onto the mobile, so, like, the blood, if any blood leaked out, it, like, scattered off into the wind or something. I don't know. There's some flecks of blood somewhere in the snow, maybe. I don't know. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about the testimony? Sure. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. Okay. Huh. This should be fun. Cup number 9. Yeah, let's get the snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. Okay. Dragged it behind me all the way across the desk. Okay. No, wait. Yeah. When his statement was clearly false. Oh, okay. What's wrong? Okay, so I have to... So if it's not talking about the snow, specifically timing of the snow, then I guess we're talking about how the bridge was already Okay, that one worked. Okay, good. Claimed the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris, that's just not possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? It's 5 minutes before the snow stopped. Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What do you say? That the bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. No. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
Objection!
10. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Old man. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lies or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Nim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Nim's body. Makes a good point on both accounts. That's right, I'm not lying. What are you claiming this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory's still somewhat hazy. You have stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy? It's only human to err. You're so perfect, right? Maybe you can explain this for the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across the burnt-out bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. 11? Damn, he's really burning through them this case. See what I mean, in other words. You're in no position to assess that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness. Let's hear your testimony once more. About what, Your Honor? You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony. Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Who knows? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Or are you saying that there is a way to cross the burning bridge? Well, let's just throw Larry's statement at her, you know? Or Larry's drawing? Larry's sketch? It's a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Okay, never mind. We're taking a detour. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires that even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition. Dusky Bridge photo added to the court record. Cool. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as true. Try. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright. Please begin your final cross-examination. Near the bridge, so we move on. Let's try this one. Honestly, I'm a little sure. Dead body flying over a burning bridge? I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? 12? Godot. Damn. Huh. Saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. Only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Who is it? Who is this witness? Can't chicken out here. Gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Lisa Nim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Nim. Brilliant? Highly gifted. Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think we've all seen this sketch before. Yeah, but it's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night. Honestly, the fact that we're using this as actual evidence is insane. Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? No? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument? Okay, maybe this wasn't right here. Okay. Huh. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm about to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. Trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with the sketch? Upside down? Why? Is it? Yeah. It was under the bridge. Okay. Fair. Yeah, I mean, it's not that bad. It's just, look, okay, we punch down at Larry because Larry, yeah. Alright, then let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whiskerface is gonna forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. Real quickly, him saying he's not going to accept any more mistakes makes me sound like I should save to make sure that, you know, nothing bad happens. Carefully think it over. Sketch. It's not evidence of something. Exactly what happened. A complete contradiction? Sure. It's a contradiction. It's a contradiction what's going... Yeah. Something's obviously funny about the sketch. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No. That's not what I mean, Your Honor. Larice Nim stated over and over that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. Contradicts reality? Huh. It's getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, try it. So what exactly Take that! Flying figure. This flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Fair. Mr. Wright, that answer just now. It was lethal. Yeah, okay, that's fair. The wires. Gotta point at the wires, then. And... okay.
Take that!
Is this wire connected to the bridge? The wire? Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And shows the reality it's supposed to conflict with. Supposedly conflicts with. Shows something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Okay, let me check this to make sure, because we just got this. I want to make sure that we're below. Yes, okay, we're good. It's like the only side view of this we have, right? Like, thanks for finally giving us a side view of the bridge after all this time. You know. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat, the wires are below the guard wires. Pwah. Order, order. Sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong? Perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. No, I'm right. With someone like Clarice, Phoenix, right? I admit a mistake is a definite possibility, but then that begs the question, why did you make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back already. Remember what Clarice was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Clarice must have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. Can't see how it relates. But it does, Your Honor. This is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down. No way. Clarice and him witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Yeah, fair. So then, this sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Clarice Denham's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was being swung below. That's right, just like a pendulum. Delicious. Delicious?
Objection!
Oh, whatever. Of all the things to say, a pendulum? The bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side. And a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead. Ah, no. The snapped guard line. Lightning strike that night could only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared for the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope already. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that was just a matter of using what was already there. The guard line. Yeah, give us an explanation. Alright, it says it right here, right? No? I mean, this is... You want to know where the rope came from? It's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard. Oh, this is one of the wires from the bridge. When lightning struck the bridge and set on fire, yeah, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Denham's body. And... yep. Straight across. I'm a little surprised it actually worked like that, because, like, did the body get released, like, at just the right moment that it came up on the cliff, or, like, was, like, Iris on the other side ready to catch the body? Like, because there's simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Oof. You know, it's... Mr. Godot. Seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on the coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high, so So I suppose that's not an impossibility after all.
Objection.
Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence the body was swung over like a pendulum? No, so far. Okay, cool. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Look at the map. We can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple. So then, that was the spot where the criminal, yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What? What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped from some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this blood-stained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off of Miss Lisa Nim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found. And indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map. Yeah, right there. Crystal found, precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Honestly, this is just kind of a little insane, but sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah. You tightly secured a body to the rope. It swung all the way out and then came off nicely right on the other bank and didn't, like, come off anywhere else in the swing. Nope. But sure, yeah. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. And, another cup of coffee to the face. Thought this cold coffee might help cool you down. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? 13? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Pride. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma. Huh? Coffee's most reliable accomplice in its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch her. An accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Mr. Godot's correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. But he couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. What if it's not actually an accomplice? What if it's just two people who are capable of channeling spirits, and Dahlia just jumps from one body to the next across the chasm, you know? Like... Ooh, wait. Does the autopsy report say that after death? Okay. Do we know if spirits are able to possess dead bodies? Do we know that? Can spirits possess dead bodies? What if it just did that on its own? Yeah, fair. Maybe Iris does have some spirit power. We keep being told she doesn't, but like, I don't know. Roland, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? I mean, I guess it's gotta be Iris, right? Like... I guess it's Iris, right? I mean, like, Iris is our client, and we're supposed to not, like, accuse her per se, but, like, now she's pointing the finger at Maya. Is it technically, like, career suicide to throw our client under the bus like this? Because, like, we are following the evidence, we're doing our legal job, but at the same time, like, you know, technically... Well, technically we already did that in the previous game. Technically we did already throw our own client under the bus. Take that! Huh? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusk Ridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection.
Try, we're even listening to the witness's testimony. On the night of the crime, still a cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two places at once. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course, using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness. I've established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge, which means it's now a fact that this occurred. Something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help, so you should have known about it. In fact, it would be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What do you mean she's not Iris? What do you mean she's not Iris? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple?
Objection.
Are you saying she's been Dahlia this entire time? That can't be true. That can't be right. But then who? But how? You mean this woman is... Yeah, what Freaky Friday ass shit is this? Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. With her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. And why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. Alright, let's hide it. Have we confirmed that it... So, okay, so let's say Dahlia is being channeled by Iris right now. Did Dahlia in Iris's body dye her hair brown? Or was Dahlia's hair dyed red the entire time? Is Dahlia not a natural redhead? Is that what we're supposed to actually... Oh my god. The explanation of this is that Dahlia does not naturally have red hair. Oh my god. The witness stand. I mean, they are twins, I guess. Oh, fucking Christ. What the fuck is going on here? What the fuck is going on here? Never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Yeah, she's could be possessed by... Now here's the thing. She said we've been told she doesn't have spiritual powers. Like she cannot channel. We have not been shown any evidence to actually support that. So that's why we've been kind of just dismissing it, because she says that she can't channel spirits, you know? And it's been expressed that evil spirits cannot possess someone who doesn't have spiritual powers, you know? Apparently, just because you're a ghost that can possess people, you can only possess specific people, apparently, you know? But yeah, no, I guess Dahlia's been inside Iris for a little while now. Sure. And I guess Dahlia's natural hair color is not red. And spirit, your ghost, when you possess people and they take on your physical form, then I guess hair color, like, I guess whatever your natural hair color is what matters. Like, I guess spiritually speaking, if you don't, hair dye doesn't transfer with the spirit, I guess. I think piercings do, though. I swear. I think I saw, you know, but whatever. Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Huh. It's just your imagination, Gramps. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. That case, 5 years ago. Technically, we don't know if Dahlia has no spiritual energy. Do you think Iris has no spiritual energy, but Dahlia does have spiritual energy? And when she ran from the court, like, do you think she at some point managed to do a switcheroo with Iris, and Iris was the one who was arrested for Dahlia's crimes, and then Dahlia has spent the last 5 years hiding out at the temple in Iris's place? No, okay, we are not continuing with this train of thought unless the game starts directing us there. I just want to say it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Yeah. And then we're just... back color. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? Yeah, it doesn't. Order. Wait a minute. How can you... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand, after all. The blood of the master of the crane channeling technique flows within that body. The crane channeling technique? Now, where have I heard that? That's right, you're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Okay, so yes, it's not the extra level convoluted that it could have been. Yeah, it really doesn't, but like, we have to relitigate that they exist every time it comes up in court. Like, we definitively proved that spirit mediums are a thing, and we legally codified what it means when a body is being channeled, or is channeling someone. We've already done that. That was last year. We've proved all that. This is just a matter of court record now. $14? We're on Cup 14 now, right? What an exciting story. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister, Iris, was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happens? No, because literally everyone involved in this case is family. Literally everyone involved in this case is family of each other. Larry is the only fucking person here who's just accidentally here, okay? And to be fair, we could argue that Larry is like weird fringe aspect of the family if we count Phoenix as part of the family in a like honorary sense. Then Larry is like Phoenix's like hanger-on or whatever in the family. Yeah, but generally speaking, Larry once again is the accent of the case. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions. Huh, well, what's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. The 2 of them. Even the time the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? 15. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple to do the lightning strike. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There, they found Iris in a room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Thank goodness. Looks like he's finally convinced. Wait! Okay, so Sister Bikini came back to the main hall for a warm bath. She probably wasn't wearing her hood while she was soaking because of her back. She probably, just took her hood off. So it wasn't at the same exact moment for each of these, but do you think we could make a case to say that there were actually 3 irises there that night, but not all at once? There was the Iris who stayed in her room and was asleep until she found the body outside. There was Dahlia in Maya's body who actually stabbed Misty, and then there was Iris in Bikini's body, or Dahlia in Bikini's body, who grabbed the body and took it to the courtyard. Well, you physically become the person you're channeling. So, yes, it removes back pain? Maybe? Because you do physically become the person you're channeling. And Dahlia doesn't have back pain. I think my logic is sound. Something still seems off. Way off. I'm still not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. You need to become a spirit medium, then, yeah. Well, here's the thing. You physically become the other person, so, if you become a spirit medium, you just have to also find someone you're okay with giving your body to. So might as well just sell your soul to a demon, you know? Become a spirit medium and find someone, trust them to both, fix your back and to do what you want, with your body, or just sell your soul to me. Sell your soul to me. I'll fix your back if you sell your soul to me. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somehow. Well, Mr. Wright? Damn. Well, if you happen to find your soul, I'm always in the market, okay? since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? Yeah. Oh! No, it's not. Okay, so the bikini thing, yeah, that's insane. That's actually a little extra. Iris... Yeah. No, when the earthquake happened, she bolted. We know she bolted when the earthquake happened. She wasn't seen. She said it was she ran to the cave so that she could, you know, make sure she got got it open in time to save Maya. Maya has been missing this entire time. We've been presuming that that she's in the cave. She's not. Dahlia has been possessing her body the entire time since then. So one of them was at the temple, and one of them, Iris or Dahlia, one of them's about to be at the inner temple, and one of them was on the other side of the bridge. And then when they did the swap, this is the one that knows what happened at the inner temple. So this must be Dahlia. Dahlia is the one on the stand right now. Gotta be. And then Iris is the one who was on the other side. Or, no. She didn't know about the pendulum, or, yeah. Huh. Point is that one of them is... Dahlia and Iris are both active right now. And Dahlia is in Maya's body. So, do you think part of the insane level of contingency plan that Morgan has is for Dahlia, as Iris, to be arrested for murder, and then through a legal loophole, now Maya is in jail? Like, do you think Maya being imprisoned and then staying in prison because she was being puppeted by Dahlia is somehow works for Morgan's plan? I don't know. We're going a little far with this one. Let's just press. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh, explain yourself. Yesterday, there were a few minutes Iris' whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that? Sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Come on. We don't need to be throwing Edgeworth under the bus, but, you know, legally speaking. Well, this is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Earthquake. Oh my goodness. The inner temple, this kind of tremor might... How could I have... She fled. She escaped. Went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. It's quite enough, alright, Mr. Wright. Now then, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spiritual... Be quiet. Oh, there's Dahlia. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That's that voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. 15? 15, right? Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for a name and profession. That's one of my rules. Hey, Afira. Hawthorne, and my current profession, permanently retired. Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me. What is going on here? Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. This time I'll end it for her, and for myself. To be continued. Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness? Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge? Well, it seems that we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony. I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Plan. The whole plan began with my death. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to instill her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have the blame pin on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. So that means... Oof. Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fey? Yes. You have a problem with that? Don't give us that. Oof. Watch yourself, try it. Got a problem? If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct. By the way, that's one of my rules as well. To kill Maya, could it be true? No. No, they need to kill Misty Fey first. Plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. For it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. It was to kill Maya and then blame pin on Iris. You're going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was to follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead. There's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger sister, younger twin. Oh, Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. The witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. Never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. Couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? Just don't understand. You never will. Anyway. Think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as the woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey. Objection! That's absurd. Maya's she's trapped inside, Sacred Cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete, and your pathetic faith in other people. Can't believe it. She went to kill Maya. Gotta keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, the remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl.
No, I think Maya is on the stand right now. I think Dahlia is using Maya's body.
Only thing she cared about was the position of the master, that's all. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. Life for a daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well.
I just gotta poke this way, you know?
You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? We need to talk with Morgan Fey. Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her. I see, so that's when you discussed the plan. Huh. Are you crazy? First, that woman was planning to kill me as well. Even though I'm her own daughter. Only make Pearl Fey the master of Crane. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Okay. Yeah, she is like... Morgan is so many layers deep on this plan right now.
Talking about Pearl Fey, is that correct? Yes. First, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and her twin sister, Iris. That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spirit power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father. Abandoned? The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. Oh, no, that's not, no. I mean, Iris? Yes. My father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general. How horrible. Really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fey.
Honestly, yeah, I don't... She is on so many layers deep of plan right now.
Born with an abundance of spiritual energy, power. Unfortunately for her, Morgan Fey heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes. It was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What do you mean? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead?
Yeah, revenge.
Yeah, fine.
Honestly, you're right, yeah. Like, Pearls definitely must have had a different father, and, like, I have no clue.
Alright.
That's a new statement.
Yeah, what was your goal? I mean, her entire goal must have been Misty, right? Or Mia? I guess revenge on Mia. I guess opposite of immaculate conception, hellish conception. Let's present Mia, because it's revenge on Mia, right? Like that's the whole thing, I guess. But like by killing Misty and then I guess taking Maya's body for her own. I don't know. Well, you know, could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. I can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone? I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. Someone knew this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died? Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. How do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that. For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey? As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warning hood. Yeah, right all the way down. Oof. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. Ah, so she was channeled by Misty. So was Lisa's image channeled her after all. That ridiculous head nun never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. What did you do then? Well, that kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and I got from the storeroom and... Oof. So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. It's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Did Mia stab Dahlia? Mia. Come on, Mia. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. Before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. It's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops? I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern? The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? You're in Maya's body. I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. Yeah, how many layers of possession does this shenanigans go? But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. Trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you're actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern? Yes, I want to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. Kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? No. Thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well back at the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training room. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. Bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. Realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. Ah, Iris. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was all right. Stupid girl. Came out from the secret cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. So Iris is in there right now. Okay. We need to get Iris out. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean, your plan had succeeded? I had misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was... yeah, Misty. Because Pearl asked her to read the letter to her, and Misty went... okay. Misty Fay, the picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After all, I lost consciousness in the garden. It was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey, I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. Ah, murder. And that is matricide, the sin of killing her own mother. No way! What's the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous, that's nonsense. Sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? You have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River, where else? Ugh. Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. God, so much exposition. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh, oof. Did we change our ringtone? Oops. Let's go doze! Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? Just finished removing locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? Who was the accused? Sister Iris. Yeah. Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There's no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't be. Dahlia is in Maya's body. Told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Tanim is also known as Misty Fey. Yeah. Was her own daughter, Maya Fey. Maybe. Honestly, that part might be true. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River. Can't be. Huh. 16? Try. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden, which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge. That's right, that's where she jumped from. There's a ledge. Overhang. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Don't get your panties in all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? Where's the map? Where's the map? Where's the map? Where? There. They're in the front. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than the witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Oh, we got the zoom in from that other case also. As you can see, below the cliff on the other inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Oh, you're right. She wouldn't have jumped the river if she had jumped off from there. She wouldn't have reached the... in other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Huh. So you finally figured it out. No! You're just playing with me. My face body's at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Girl, Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. You now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So where's her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling in place. I mean, living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there's a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya Fey is this very instant? Maya Fey is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. What? Maya Fey is here. You say she's in my courtroom? Dahlia Hawthorne, I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. No, you're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. Never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Yeah, because someone else was already channeling. Yep. Flashback. Someone called me before Pearl did? But who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime. But she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct? Ah! It wasn't Pearl's that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Profiles. Normal. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on, already. I can't stand this tension. Dahlia Hawthorne, the person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? It's obvious. But how could that be? Remember that this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey? Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Huh. Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be? Looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Well, I don't... What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. Judge, they're like, this is better than my TV, yeah. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. Path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Ah! You mean that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you had been channeling by pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you. No. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? No. Sorry, but no. Would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue to escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the Inner Temple. I don't believe you. Stupid little girl like that who's never been out of the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea? Mia, I guess? I don't know. Well, me, of course. Oh, hey! Mia! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Godot is not doing good. So it's true. It was you. Yeah? Huh. There's something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearl's hair. Pearl was standing here the entire time? Was Pearl here the entire time? And Dahlia was still like, yeah, I'm in Pearl's body. Yeah, but... Okay. Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden. And then, in the final moment of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she couldn't help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear, and that was, I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the Sacred Cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there. Yes, but Why did you order her to do those two things? If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Faye. But pearls? Yes. Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother's Morgan Faye's instructions. She had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit. Things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Faye. Steal Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yeah, no, that's... The dangling threads is definitely a good look for her, yeah. Plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. Well, she did get the $2 million rock. Okay? She did get that, I believe. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you're sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this, you've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. God. Mia Fey. You spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. Would have been hanging to death. Would have been hanged to death? Oh, she was hanged? True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you'll never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Ugh. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. It's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. You're wrong! It can't be! How could I lose to the likes of you? No longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Maya's body right now. Well, this is violent. Oh, that's not good. Okay, no, wait. Well, that's a very dark spirit. Quick! Throw the amethyst spheres at it. I'm not ready to go. Okay. What's up? We're not getting any flashes from this current case, because, I mean, she did, in fact, get involved there. Okay. Hey, Maya. Nick. Sis. And she collapses. Wow. Oof. Oof, we got a collapse sprite for her and everything. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern. Must say, you and her twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. Seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim in this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. Okay. It'd be the best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Yeah, I think so, Your Honor. Your Honor? Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue of Old Cult? Okay. I've seen quite a few things in my many years on this bench, including the time that we literally litigated the existence of spirit mediums a year ago. Yep. And in all that time, I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different. It takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. Huh, never thought of it that way. Alright, cool. Are you ready to, I guess, declare everyone innocent? At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Going on longer. 17? Fuck. He's on 17. That's not good. You're a little too fast for that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? It's trial. It isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony. Huh? Dahlia's testimony? Oh, Jesus. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. The dagger, blah blah, stabbed, blah blah. Okay. Strange, but I don't have a clear memory what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Okay, fine. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right. The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Oh, okay. At least in him, no Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. But this isn't over. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. Can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way, but this court isn't prepared for any further testimony. Prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. Mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed. Is it really all right, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's all right, Madam Attorney. Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh? Isn't it obvious? It's one person who saw the whole event will put the final dagger in this case. Is it someone who saw the murder take place? The very person who saw her mother killed in front of her own eyes. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's just been through. We need to know the truth. Prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. You know the sword cane was a complete red herring in the murder weapon? You're right. Like, absolutely. Like, we're like, we found a sword. It must be the murder weapon. And then, like, in the middle of the trial, there's like, no, we found the dagger. It was hidden somewhere else. I'm just like, god damn it. Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial. Hey, Trey. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. Somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself. I mean, Maya's right here. Maya's literally right here. I mean, she's already, you know, coming to okay. That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Which means the stream's in recess. Okay. Well, normally, I'm not pushing it. It's probably like an hour plus left of gameplay, and I'm sorry, y'all. We've made some progress. I really wanted to finish, but there's an entire another section of this trial. We're going to be cross-examining Maya next. Didn't see that coming. Yeah. I guess we'll be finishing this next week. God damn it. I'm hungry, though, and tired. We've been streaming for a while now. But, you know, I'm having fun. Honestly, bullshit in a lot of this case. Like, goddamn, is this case convoluted? But hey, you know, we made progress. We know a lot we didn't know, and some stuff that's just insane. Insane. But hey, you know, that's this game. These games are insane. Huh. Well, let's see who's streaming right now. Who can I drop y'all off with? Oh, and I gotta hydrate first. Yeah. Ah. Delicious, delicious water. Let's see. Nah, looks like we're just ending for the night. All right. Well, like I said, thank you, my stars. It was great. I hope y'all have a good evening. I'll see y'all for Spirit Fair on Wednesday, hopefully, and then more Silk Song on Sunday, and then next Monday we will be finishing this case and building Legos. So technically today was supposed to be Lego build day, but I put it off because we're so close to the end. But next week we'll build our Lego sets and then finish this case. We'll do it in that order, because, you know, yeah. Yeah. But, you know, remember to, you know, follow, stick around, join us for more Spirit Fair, and then Silk Song. Silk Song. Honestly, I am so tempted to just play more of it right now. Not right now, but, like, before then. Yeah. Well, as I said, it's been lovely, my stars. Thank y'all for spending time with me. I'll see